last we left off, the group had, together along with Alexander, made their way into the graveyard where you found some answers, some more questions. You deftly avoided the notice of the plague doctors who were making their way back out of the graveyard. You avoided the terrifying presence of a kindly, seemingly old lady, and continued to make your way to this stone laid pit, this cremation pit, further into the graveyard, where after some investigation you discovered that what was being burned there, the wrapped cloths that the plague doctors had been bringing in, were just that, cloth. No bodies to be seen as far as you could see. On making your way back, the decision was made to confront the elderly woman to maybe get some answers. Some answers were got, but not exactly the ones to the questions you had. Not at this time, anyway. Turns out that the old lady living in the middle of the graveyard was not just a simple old lady. Who would have thought? And ended up being a nasty hag-like creature that tended to the plants in the graveyard, some of them being large, nasty smelling, grotesque corpse flowers that had been fairly hungry over the recent times due to the lack of influx of new corpses to the graveyard. For whatever reason. A battle ensued, and you came out victorious just in time to hear the approaching of someone, something. Many someones, many somethings, maybe. You guys made a bit of noise during the fight, and now that's being responded to. And that is where we left off. Does anyone have anything to add or any questions before we jump back in? Alright. So, you can hear through the fog, you hear the sounds of the far off footfalls approaching you. You can hear voices conversing. You're not close enough to make out specifically words, but you can hear the chatter. It's definitely more than a handful that are coming your way. It's hard, impossible to place exactly how many, but they are approaching.
Can Alavorn come down from where she's at and stop being a phoenix and begin casting Windwalk?
Okay. Is it an action to cast or a minute to cast?
It is a minute.
Okay. If you think you have a minute, you can start the casting. So Elevorn comes down, no longer the radiant beacon in the sky that she was but a moment ago, and back into her elf form. You're going to try to get somewhere to hide first, or you're just standing where you had just finished off the last corpse flower? Sorry, I'm a bit stuffy.
We should hide.
Yeah, probably do it in hiding.
Okay. So, not too far away from where you were, Era, Demetrius, and Alexander would have seen this. There were those stone wall structures that are a little bit out of the way, tall enough that you can easily duck down behind, but it's fairly close to where you were fighting, so that's the risk. Or you could continue. It's up to you. What are you guys doing?
Would I be able to try to make a sound originate from away from us to see if maybe that would distract them?
Yeah, certainly. What sound are you making?
Maybe imitate
an explosion.
No, not an explosion. Well, maybe.
So using thaumaturgy, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, just seeing how far you can toss that sound.
I believe it would be. It has a range of 30 feet, so just I guess as opposite or away from whatever direction we'll be running to. Towards.
Okay.
Adjacent.
Adjacent, yeah. Yeah,
Sure.
listen.
So you do that, and 30 feet away, and then you head towards that. It's not too much distance, but it might slow them down. Who knows? Go ahead and make just a intelligence check with your proficiency. So spellcasting ability check.
You know what would slow them down? You know what
What?
spell would slow them down?
Fireball.
Fireball?
Fireball.
I have one spell prepared. That's all I need.
It's all that's needed.
16.
Okay. Alright, so with that, you guys go. You hide. Elevon, you begin to cast the spell. Everyone, make a stealth check, please.
Good at those. I'm not good at those.
You're great at those.
Joe, wait, that's not fucking bad.
18.
That's terrible for you.
I know. I'm not gonna use that die for my stealth rolls.
I rolled a 20 and a 14. Take
So
whichever
14.
number you want.
That's not how that works.
That's a 5.
Okay.
Well, that makes sense.
Era?
What the hell did it? 10.
Okay.
Yo, I'm stealthier.
So, what happens is, for a while after you guys move and you kind of are situating and orienting yourselves, and you're getting hidden, and Elevon is casting this spell as she moves and gets into place. You can hear, again, after you guys all sort of quiet down, your breathing stills, the movement, everything is still coming in towards the direction of where you guys had just been, where the big fight, the big commotion was. And it's at the point where you begin to hear voices. Specifically, you can hear what is being said.
What are they saying?
Well, I'm thinking about it. I don't have plans, alright? I'm making this up as I go along, too.
I thought you had a
Take your
script. What is this?
So, you can hear-
Intro hours?
What is this, improv hour? What is this, amateur hour? Let's get out of here with this. This is a AAA D&D game production. I expect that much.
Right?
Alright, so you hear... There was most definitely something going on here. The signs of movement, struggle, they are recent. I thought I had heard something when we were heading out. I attributed it to the usual inhabitants. I suppose I was careless. Regardless, we should split up, find whatever did this and you can hear like a thudding sound as like maybe something kicking something over, like, you know, either one of the corpse flowers or the hag's body itself. Yeah, I agree. Very well. We'll look around here for traces. See if we can't find. And then nothing. It kind of trails off, goes a bit silent.
Can I tell how many distinctive voices we're talking?
Make a perception check.
Perceive. Perceive with a 13.
13. You heard definitely 2. You heard others, but you couldn't make out exactly what they were saying. It was kind of like background chatter. The 2 that were either closest or taking the most, like leadership type role, there were definitely at least 2. As far as the sound of footfalls that you're hearing from the other side of the wall, maybe about 30, 35 feet away at most, it sounds like a good-sized group, at least half a dozen, most likely more. After about 30 seconds. You're 30 seconds into your cast, Elevorn. And you guys begin to hear footfalls coming closer. You duck down into the corner of one of these. 2 of these walls come and meet at a point, and there are these larger stone above ground caskets that you're sort of ducked behind as you're tucked into the corner. You see at the far side of like the entrance to this area, maybe about 70, 60 feet away, the silhouette of the form of one of these plague doctors. You see just a humanoid silhouette, but it turns to look back towards another individual that walks around the corner, and then you can see like the beaked, dark silhouette of the plague doctor. Uniform, outfit, garb, however you want to say it. And they just begin to head in. Not with urgency. It seems like they're still following traces of things. You can see one bend down, pick something up, and based on the sort of outline again, you can see it's a crossbow bolt. You're about 45 seconds into the casting now, Elevorn. When from the place that you had entered, let's see, who would be closest? I'd say it would either be Neridion or Era. Like 15 feet away from you. You're in towards the where you guys had entered this area. 2 others come in. And right now you're doing your best to hide behind these stone coffins, but you can see the shadow that is cast by these plague doctors. That's pretty much a couple feet away from you. Elevorn, as you are nearing the completion of your spell, does it have verbal components to it?
Darn tootin'. That's not the right freaking one.
Elevorn?
I need to look it up.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
It says. Okay,
Okay.
yeah.
It does.
Okay. So you're doing this, Elevon, and you're trying to keep your voice as low as possible as you make the incantation, but whether it be the nerves, the slightly out of breath of just having come off of that battle and then run and hid from here, or the sudden appearance of these plague doctors not 20 feet away from you, a little bit of a gasp and kind of fumble over a couple of words, but can then keep going, and you're close, you're almost done when they spot you. You hear before you see, like, and notice. You look, what's that over there? And the steps begin to head in your direction before you hear adjacent, maybe about 20 feet away, it's the loudest, most obnoxious, screeching, wailing sound from a set of bagpipes. Looking around, you notice Demetrius is not around you. And instantly the plague doctors who are approaching you, they stop, and then their focus is now on Demetrius, who at this point is bolting away further into the graveyard. The rushed, hurried footsteps of the plague doctors ignore where you are and head straight for him as the spell completes. And those remaining turn to mist.
I've forgotten. Can we talk while we're in this form, or?
You can. I think. Yeah, I think we decided you can. Why not? But at the same time, it's like disembodied voices, I guess.
How far away was Demetrius?
By the time he had done that and gotten their attention and then began to get out, he wasn't. He ran around the. Do you have to be able to see your target, or is it just within a range?
You not be able to see.
Yeah, he might have been close enough, but he had begun to run away, maybe like so that he broke visual sight with you. So you all turn to mist. You guys are incredibly fast and have the ability to fly. What are you doing?
And at least in this form, can we go see what happened to him?
Sure, you're gonna follow or try to follow. It's easy enough to catch up, and you can see Demetrius, who has a bit of a head start on these individuals, these plague doctors. But the plague doctors, they seem quick. They are gaining on him as you head over the walls and continue in the direction that you had seen Demetrius. You can see him running through the graveyard, kind of looking side to side, maybe looking for something familiar to him. But he's maybe at this point about 25, 30 feet ahead of the nearest two plague doctors, who do seem a fair bit faster than him.
I don't think we can help him in this form. We would have to drop and.
That's another good point. Can I see how many there are now?
You wouldn't be able to continue tracking Demetrius if you decided to get a beat on how many plague doctors there are. You have to stay close enough that the fog doesn't inhibit your perception.
I didn't realize.
Well, the chase continues.
There's not much we can do at this point. We do have to retreat. We don't know what else we can get into. And we're not in the best of shape. Or at least I'm not.
We don't want to get in trouble with this plague doctors. Not right now. And hopefully not at all. We should... As sad it is, and I wouldn't like to leave Demetrius, but maybe we should head back to... possibly to Alexander's place or something.
You hear the voice of Alexander. I'm not sure what the answer is, but there's a reason. Yeah, at least he felt like giving us that time was important. And if it is our goal to find out what it is these doctors are doing, well, it's inevitable that we should find ourselves coming across Demetrius again. Hopefully. You watch now as the plague doctors are gaining and catching up to the point where you see Demetrius breathing heavily. It's like he can feel the footsteps behind him as they're closing in. He looks over his shoulder, and then with a quick crackle and snap of arcane energy, he dimension doors, and you don't know where he is. The two plague doctors who were following him all kind of stop as they were within like a hand's breadth of grabbing him, but shit. Well, he couldn't have gone too far. We know. Maybe. Inform the others we'll fan out, especially keep a guard on the exits. If that magic is what I suspect it is, he would not have been able to make his way out yet. We'll find him. What are you guys doing?
I think we have two options here, so we either go back to Alexander's or we go in this form back to the cemetery and try to find... Oh, I thought you were... Never mind. Or we try to look for the thing that we were maybe trying to find in this form.
I think for better or worse, I think we're done here.
Okay. So are you guys heading back to the tavern? Or Alexander's? Or what?
I don't think it's safe to go to the tavern at the moment.
I agree. So if it were alright with Alexander...
Of course. So, heading back at your very, very quick pace, you fly over the walls of the cemetery back into the city of Worthy and towards the humble home of Alexander. In your mist forms, you manage to make your way through any crevice, cracks in the doorway or window sill, and within a minute, you are, for anyone who wants to, you can revert back to your original form.
Yeah, well.
Neri would also.
Alright. So, after you guys have reverted, it's now probably around, I would say, 3 or 4 in the morning. So you guys have a few hours until sunrise, from what you have seen. A few hours until the fog and the mists begin to burn away.
Let me use the sending spell and see if I can reach Demetrius.
Alright.
We were able to make it out thanks to you. Where are you?
You can hear, you guys were able to get here pretty quick. The windwalk move speed is a lot, so you hear him, he's kind of out of breath. You can hear the sort of nervousness in his voice. Well, that is most good to hear, milady. Still in the graveyard. I seem to have given them the slip for now, but I hear them every turn. I have to stay quiet, so apologies. And then he goes quiet.
Sigh of relief. I'll turn to the others and let them know. Demetrius seems to be okay for now. He's still in the graveyard. If you guys want to get some rest in the meanwhile, you can. I don't feel like sleeping at this time. Not until the sun rises, anyway.
Well, we only have to hope that he will make it out safe and everything.
I'll try sending a message again at a later time, but it's best that he stays quiet.
Definitely.
We need to figure out our next steps, but probably better to wait for everybody to recuperate and gather or discuss whatever it is that we found there.
What we didn't find there.
Also, yeah, you're not wrong.
Well, it appears that Andrea is quite obviously sleeping at this point of at this early hour of the morning. I regretfully do not have accommodations for so many people here, but if you wish, the walls and the roof, you're welcome here. I cannot offer you much in the way of bed or blanket.
Chair is just fine for me, I think. I don't...
So, Alexander goes and he begins to put tea on. Doesn't seem like he's by his body posture. It seems like it looks like he's contemplating, running through stuff in his mind, lost in thought quite a bit. He peels off the layers of chainmail and other armor that he's wearing to reveal just the simple like undershirt beneath. It doesn't seem like he's ready to head off to bed anytime in the immediate future. But for you guys, what are you doing?
I think getting some rest and mulling this over tomorrow might be best.
Okay.
For me.
I think Neri's already pulled out a chair and gotten as comfortable as it'll allow her to get.
Yeah, I guess she's kind of semi-awake at the moment, but getting close to kind of sleepy.
Era, Elevorn?
Aside from preparing my spells for the next time I rest, I'll probably be by a window and just kind of keeping an eye out. I don't intend to sleep until a little bit later.
Okay. Anything for Elevorn, or no?
No, she's just in the corner, like whatever, trancing or something, curled up.
Okay. So, not much occurs. Nedadion not off, Elevorn off on her own, trancing. Drand, you managed to find a place to sleep as well, and even you, Hera, after a while, do get some rest. After sharing a cup of tea with Alexander, as you were the only one awake for him to even offer one to, spend a few sentences of small talk before he goes off to a different room in the home, and you can hear light scratchings, like writing that just kind of drones on and provides a little bit of a like a white noise that you end up falling asleep to. But the next day comes. By the time that everyone has come to, you are hit with the smell of hot drink and preparing food from the elderly woman Andrea, with whom Alexander stays. It's probably late morning by the time you guys awake, as you guys did get to bed rather late. You guys have your spell slots back, your hit points back, all that good stuff. About 15 minutes later, you find yourselves with food and some drink. Very simple, but, freshly made and pretty well made by Andrea here. But you guys are eating your breakfast. What are you guys doing?
Probably give a gold coin to her and just to thank her for her cooking.
Oh, it's absolutely not necessary, dear. You are helping Alexander. That is payment enough.
Not much we were able to do yesterday, though, but I suppose that's a conversation for when we're all ready.
I'm ready, yes.
It's been a couple of hours. If you guys would like, I can try reaching out again to make sure Demetrius is okay.
I guess it wouldn't hurt.
Yeah, that sounds like a good
That sounds
idea.
like a good-
If he has been got, then we know to be, careful. I mean, if they have managed to make him talk or anything, that he has been with us and everything, so. But let's hope he hasn't been got and he's safe.
I guess once Mary finishes talking, I'll go ahead and send Demetrius using the sending spell.
Uh-huh.
I won't reach out long, but were you able to make it out of the graveyard? And are you okay?
A moment passes. A few more moments pass. And it seems like you're not going to get a response. But then you do. Pretty sure I'm out of the graveyard. Don't know where I am, though. Dark. Cold. Inside, maybe. I don't know how I got here. I'm sorry. And that's it.
You could see Era was pretty worrisome, not from getting a response, though taking in what Demetria said, she kind of just stand up from her seat, kind of looking down at the food and just kind of lost in thought, muttering words towards the group. I think he said he's fine. Well, no, I'm not sure. He's still alive though, which is good. But he said he thinks he's inside somewhere. It's cold and dark, but not much.
Oh, that's kind of worrisome, but at the same time, if he is in... I don't know.
I mean, that's something we can go off. No, we can track him somehow, no?
I don't think just from that alone. I mean, we could potentially try to subtract some places in from mine, but It's still not enough. It can't be too far. It's only been, what, a few hours since then? And even then, well, I guess a little bit over. But there's no light where he's at. I could try asking for more questions, but I'm not confident I'll get a response back. He seemed, well, tired.
I do not have this prepared.
Well, time skipped to the next day.
Oh,
All right, I have it prepared.
No. I mean, you could prepare it. You just woke up, right? You haven't prepared. You just prepare your spells on the day.
Mhm.
All right, perfect. It's prepared.
Okay.
Just have to pray nobody dies.
Wow.
Jesus Christ. That's what you decided to give up? Okay.
No, of course not. All right. Okay. Let's try this. Duration.
Yep.
I thought I had to cast it for an hour. My God.
What are you casting?
Locate object.
What object are you locating?
The bagpipe.
The bagpipes. So it's what, 1,000 feet?
Yes.
Okay. You're casting it? Right here, right now?
Well, hold on. Hold on.
You think he's within 1,000 feet of Alexander's house?
No, that's what I was thinking. I'm thinking maybe something closer to his last known location, which would be near the
graveyard?
cemetery. Yeah.
If you wanted to.
Not sure. I don't know.
I can
Um,
try to describe.
Hold on.
That's an idea too.
That is an idea.
Not limited by space and time. Well,
And,
time,
you
yes,
know,
but not space.
if you happen to not be able to, locate the bagpipes, I have that too. So we have more chances. And if we can get closer, I also have just looking for him.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. We already know that something strange is going on with them. These plague doctors are definitively not what they claim or parade off to be. So, this is probably our best lead, trying to find out wherever they took him. It could lead us to wherever they've been taking everybody else.
I mean, if we wanted that to happen, we can just cause a ruckus and have them take us there, I'm joking, please. Not like
Yeah, that could be very dangerous.
I mean, yes, it could be very well so, but really any more danger than that? I'm not suggesting it. I'm just discussing rather. I don't necessarily have any other ideas either. What, we try the graveyard another day, another risk?
No, I don't think there's anything else in there for us at the time being.
I think probably figuring out where there must be a stop between people's houses that they're disappearing and, the graveyard itself. Probably, maybe. But, Yeah, I could try to scry, I guess, on Demetrius.
Okay. Are you doing that right now?
No time like the present.
What?
Yeah.
No time like today.
No time like the present.
That's what she's saying.
I know. I just got it. Scrying. So, you have met the target. I wouldn't say that you know the target well. Do you have a lock of Demetrius's hair?
Oh yes, of course.
Why, yes, of course. That's the
I
first
mean-
thing we do when we meet a new person. All right.
Yeah. Even Alexander is missing a lock of his hair now.
Neridia just goes around sneaking snips of people's hair. But do you have? Does anybody have anything of Demetrius's?
Do it.
He had my ball bearings and he gave them back to me.
Ah,
Done.
Is that a possession? I don't think so.
He possessed them for a
Divine
while.
possession.
You know what? I'll give that a 1, a modifier of 1,
Okay.
just for the attempt, and really the gall to even bring it up. I've never been so. I've never been so.
You're welcome.
Okay. So, what is your spell save DC? I'll have 1.
Okay, wait. Could we call ahead and tell him to allow it?
And we're about to just tell him to let his mental guard down for the next 15 minutes.
No, it's a 15.
10 to 15
Can I ask
minutes.
him
Just
a
let
personal
anything.
question? Oh, guessing I could ask a personal question or something.
So, are you having ascending before the scry?
No, please, no. I'm trying to say.
What do you mean?
Well,
No, yeah, that's what we want.
oh, yeah. No.
Tell him to comply with.
What do you want to ask him, Durand?
Tell him to comply with any magical spells they're going to enter in the next 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or something. I don't know.
Okay. You're not going to ask him a question either?
You could just
Yeah.
tell him what we're trying to do and ask him to describe what's around him, or
That's no fun, but okay. Yeah, that works.
What?
do.
It's just hey, Demetrius, could you make getting you out of whatever your situation you're in more fun for me, please? It's honestly
All
quite
right.
boring rescuing you right now.
Can you spice it up a little bit?
Yeah, come on. Come on. All right.
Okay. Yeah. So I'll use the sending spell and I'll notify him that we'll I guess to let his guard down though. We'll be doing some magic stuff soon to find him.
Okay. No questions, just that.
Oh, you're right. Thank you. Oh my god. Mhm. When was the last time you cried?
Jesus Christ.
Just like that. Just like that.
My God.
I'm gonna shrug my shoulders like, oh no, that's personal, I guess.
Okay. Just the answer comes back. It's already difficult. I have a pounding headache, almost like something's already trying to force its way in. The last time I cried, I don't remember. It might have been more recent than I thought, than I'm able to recall. Could be very soon here now, any moment. I'm not sure. But okay, I'll trust you.
I'm a bit hesitant. He said, well, I think he may be fighting something else. It seems that something else is trying to break through. We haven't started yet, have we?
Well, that would be up to Elevorn.
Yeah, I mean, I would start. I mean, it's better than doing nothing.
He knows. Oh, he's made aware of it. I do believe this is better than doing nothing, but just, I guess, a bit concerning. I'll contact him after again.
So don't do it then? Okay, we won't do it.
What?
No,
What's going on? I don't think anybody said don't do it. Did somebody say don't do it?
I didn't.
no, just to be cautious, I guess, when doing it, only because there might be something else there for Demetrius, I guess.
Are we going through with the scry or not?
Yeah,
Okay. What's your spell save DC, Elevorn?
15.
15. Alright. The scry works. No resistance. You don the crystal goggles. Your vision goes blurry. Silver wisps of mist begin to cloud and fill your vision before they pull back into mostly darkness. Very, very faint light from low burning candles that are high on the walls. Their light barely reaching the ground below. In some places, they don't. You look down and you can see a form that you recognize as Demetrius, as it is the focus of your scry. Currently bound in chains. Sitting reclined against the wall on what appears to be a, if not now, then at one point, fairly nice carpet or rug. The chains are affixed to the walls behind him. They're binding him both his wrists and ankles. There's very little detail that you pick up about the surrounding due to the low light. Make a perception check with disadvantage.
It's 22.
22 with disadvantage. Nice. The room itself, from what picks up and reflects the light, it seems disheveled, a bit messy. You see what appears to be shards of porcelain that scatter about the rugs. Maybe at one point, some fine pottery or uh, drinkware. You see what looks like a part of, like, the wooden leg of a sofa or couch or chair with very nice carvings on it, but splintered off and broken, discarded, disheveled. You see what looks like it was at one point a fairly nice room, but has since fallen into massive disrepair as if a tornado had come through it and just left it there. And as you're examining each of these pieces, trying to find clues as to where he might be, as the sky begins to fade and the vision begins to blur and pull back, you see others. At least 8 or 9 others in the same situation as Demetrius. And that's when the scry ends.
There are others with him.
Others? You mean like people who, the ones who took him, or like?
No, like chained up like he is right now.
Well, that's. Hmm.
It seemed like it was nice, like a nice place at some point, but it is all. There's broken things everywhere. But the carpet looked nice. I mean, like it was, maybe was nice at some point. The stuff looked like, not like they're being kept in, like, just some random house on the street or something. Like fancy stuff.
Hmm. I wonder if it's someplace over here still. I mean, how far could have they moved him during just these hours? Unless they have some magical means, of course.
Well, what's the fanciest place that we have any idea of? It's probably those people that were handing out money, right?
Definitely.
But that doesn't really. Does that make sense?
I don't know.
Alright. What's the plan? So you guys have learned more or less, as far as you can tell, you have not had a single indication of the legitimacy of this plague. You found, well, either through the detect poison and disease that everyone did at a house or two, and then following the plague doctors into the cremation pit, the evidence is stacking up that something is most definitely off here, which you knew from the start pretty much, but now you've had experience and evidence to that. There's of course still the hunt for this half-elf, Dene Lavelle, who holds the connection to the slavers. And now, lost comrade Demetrius. One or more might be linked. You're still not entirely sure, but where are you going from here?
Well, the guy at the Temple of the Raven Queen, he was talking to us and he wanted to help people. Maybe if he knew that we found that, people aren't being, there aren't people in the graveyard,
Yeah, that could possibly work.
I mean, we need somebody who knows something about the town because I don't know where to. The interior of a place doesn't always, indicate what the exterior might look like, so the scry is almost. I didn't, hear anything or smell anything useful, Not that you smell, but, maybe there's. I guess. Can you hear from a scry? Probably. Yes, you can. I just, it's. There just wasn't enough.
Mm.
Do we still want to give, locating him a try?
Have to be pretty close already. That would be, once we have an idea of where to go. I mean, is there a nice part of town that anybody noticed? Or,
I can't
Well,
really
you're-
say about. I mean, look at all of the houses, they're boarded up and everything, so who knows which is decent. Except Alexander probably would know, and if we would go to the Raven Queen priest guy, then he might know too.
Well, is Alexander an option? Did he sleep? Or, I mean, he seemed
Alexander, you assume, has been sleeping. He hasn't shown up to breakfast or anything throughout this conversation. Andrea herself is taken to just kind of quietly listening, sitting in the corner, sipping at her tea. Era, you would have been the last to depart from consciousness, but even when you decided, okay, it's time to get some shut-eye, you could still hear the movement and sounds of consciousness from wherever Alexander had been, so you assume he had stayed up a little bit longer, at least, if not quite a bit longer than you.
I wouldn't really trust anybody else in this town. Just kind of looking, hushing away from Andrea, kind of
Okay.
putting her, blocking it from going in her direction.
Sure.
But no offense, but we don't really. I don't know if going to another plague doctor or asking would really be beneficial. I do
We
feel
wouldn't be going to a plague doctor. It's a priest of the Raven Queen. They're different. They're not the plague doctors.
It's just, if you think that's our only shot, then I'm not going to say no, but just everyone in this town kind of gives me the off feeling, I suppose.
That is true. I mean, yeah, we can always wait for Alexander to come down, I guess, and
Waiting?
I'm sorry. Thank you for preparing this for us.
Of course.
Have you can hear, right?
Yes, I have. For quite some time. Well before they shut the doors.
Oh, well, I meant like, you've heard what we've been talking about, right?
A word here and there. I try not to partake in conversations that aren't directed towards me, but it's only so much one can do.
We're looking for some place that might have been nice. I guess maybe not too recently. It didn't look like it was decayed, right? It was just kind of like...
You're certainly in the wrong area of the city for that. That's certain. It depends on your description of nice and how nice. Anything north of the market circle would probably be what most would consider the upper class of the city. And then, obviously, anything within the inner walls, including the manor itself, would be, the tip-top. There are a few other than the lord and lady that have their residences within those walls, but yes, I would say north of the market circle would be where you would find the more wealthy caste.
like, like fine, like plates and china and things, and like nicely carved furnishings.
Yes, that would seem to track with that. Again, it depends on how nice and how fine. You will find plenty of either the old nobility or those that have the prominent merchants in the city. They all tend to congregate and have their residences north of the market circle. If it is beautiful beyond belief, that would be within the inner walls.
Thank you.
Of course. If you like, I can relay a message to Alexander when he wakes.
Do we all want to go check, or do you guys have a message, or I don't know.
Does he usually wake up so late?
Oh, well, he usually doesn't get in so late. He only just went to bed maybe a couple hours before you lot woke up.
Sheesh.
he stayed up really late then.
He seemed busy with something.
Have you noticed anything strange about him?
Well, it depends on what you mean by strange. I've noticed strange things about you lot. But yes, of course, I've noticed oddities about him. I've known him for years and years now.
Anything in particular that might stand out to you of recent?
Of recent.
Okay.
How-
What are you trying to say here, Durand? I mean, you were acting kind of weird in the graveyard, even.
I think it's something I'll have to make sure with him first.
And yet you're here asking her those weird questions.
Well, I don't think they're that odd.
Hmm. I don't know.
Most recent, he's more passionate about his most recent endeavors than he has been before, but that's always been his way. And he's never encountered something as dire as what you see going on in this city here. Feels as if he has responsibilities to individuals within the city, maybe even the city as a whole, to get to the bottom of this. And according to what I did speak briefly with him about while you were sleeping, you found quite concerning things out in that graveyard last night. So again, it really depends on what you mean by strange.
Yes, that all makes sense.
And she's kind of eyeing you a little bit curiously, but, just because the question was a curious one.
Wait, can I? Yeah, I'm gonna use. I'm gonna use my sense again.
Make sure that Alexander is still undead.
Well, I don't know anything about her. They're associated.
They're
How unfortunate
associated.
about that.
Maybe Elevorn's changed.
True.
Maybe we're all changed.
Alright. So what is it that you're sensing? What things can you? What's divine sense?
Anything like 60 feet away from me
Well,
that
she is definitely
is
within
not
60
good.
feet. That is not good. It's not sense good and evil. Does it like ping old ladies on your
Are you trying to say old ladies are evil? What the hell?
Depends on
I
the
mean,
old lady.
Yeah, depends on old lady, but
Hey,
they can be
actually-
pretty damn mean.
I'm not even lying. It literally says the presence of strong evil registers on your senses.
So until the end of your why is it celestial then? Celestials aren't evil.
Oh, well. Depends on who you ask.
Oh, and powerful good rings like heavenly music in your ears. Okay. So
Can I get some of that?
Nah, never.
There's nothing good within 60 feet of me. Can Elevorn be like fucking?
She's not a celestial.
No, but
Elevorn-
she's good enough.
She's good enough.
No. Like not that.
Damn.
Not. Oh my god. Not in that
Capital
way.
G, good enough. I know what you meant. I know what you meant. But the you're in a call with the women here, so
I see.
Never forgetty.
all right. So still that sense from the general direction of Alexander, where he is currently, it seems, resting behind a closed door. And then turning your attention towards Andrea, the kindly old lady. Nothing.
Whew.
So, guaranteed, she is not celestial fiend or undead. She might be a Tarask. You don't know.
God,
Ay, ay, ay.
that would be something.
Audible sigh
Oh.
of relief.
I mean, how and why?
How and why?
We don't-
That's it. We don't ask those questions.
We don't ask those questions.
Too bad. I asked.
Fine, we don't answer those questions here.
Oh,
Oh,
he can
fuck
say
you
that.
too.
Well, since we're probably going to go past the market, is there anything that we can pick up for you?
Oh, well, I was planning on making a trip there myself. I wasn't expecting having so many mouths to feed over such a short amount of time. So I could make my trip my own. I look forward to the opportunity to get out and get a little bit of a walk in myself. I appreciate the offer, truly I do.
Can I hand her some, a little bit of, gold, like 3 gold pieces or something, or 5? I don't
Okay.
know how many fits in Eleborn's hand, and
Yeah, or just like
Just
always
saying.
hands all the gold.
Well, You all are such a gracious bunch, aren't you? Well, at least if you're going to be so generous, at least maybe give me some preferences for things I can look for to pick up. I'll make you a nice dinner tonight.
Hmm.
Well, I don't. I
Meat.
well, meat is always kind of good, yes, but I mean, I do eat almost anything, so.
All right, meat and anything sounds like a dinner.
bread is pretty amazing.
Bread? Bread is good. Fresh bread. Haven't made that in some time. Have to. That's what I'm doing today. I'm making bread. Alright.
Durand over here likes fish.
Sure. Any meat.
Don't recall. I don't think that we've got fresh fish in the city in some time, but I'll do my best to look. So, where are you guys headed? As the 4 of you
Can't
exit?
believe the shit.
Andrea still in the house at the time. She doesn't leave with you. But are you going towards? So you have, I believe I heard a couple destinations, either towards the market square area, towards the more well-off people's district area, or to the Temple of the Raven Queen.
Well off people.
Well-off people.
Well off people.
Okay.
I guess so, yeah.
It's about equidistance from where you are now, anyway. So you make your way further north, and you guys have visited the market square before, once, and it's bustling. It's relatively busy.
Bussin'.
What? Bustling. Not too much putzing going on around here. But you get there.
Good.
It's in good. The putz police is satisfied.
But the Butts police likes the Butts himself.
You do see the presence of the plague doctors, of course. General populace tends to ignore them as if they're invisible, but they are a constant presence, it would seem. Especially when you get to these places that are less slummy, more open, where there's a lot of congregation and day-to-day life trying to push forward and continue. They are a few more of them. They don't usually stop. They tend to seem to have like these patrols. They walk the streets, exit the area as from another connecting street, walking in, another enters.
So I have a question about what might be in the marketplace area.
Okay.
Would there be like a bathhouse or something somewhere?
A bathhouse.
I know now is really not the time, but
Not in the market circle, at least. No.
Okay,
Do
fine.
you want to ask anybody where's the bathhouse?
No, if I don't notice it, we're just continuing.
Okay.
The nicer side of the town might have it. So just keep an eye on it.
So, looking northward towards the that wall of fog that cascades up that inner wall that protects or blocks the towering manor from the rest of the city, the manor that looms over the walls and seems to just watch out over all of Worthy. From where you are, you can see that the buildings both grow further spaced apart. The more northward you get, the more spacious, and they're also beginning to get larger, nicer. What are you looking for?
Demetrius, of course.
You don't see him.
Dang it.
There he is.
Oh, hi!
That'd be even
He's just
spookier.
sitting outside
Yeah, that would be spooky. if
on
you
a
walk
like a 5x5 square of carpet.
like, what the fuck?
Also, as you continue further northwards, as you get closer to these inner walls, further into this nicer area of the city, the crowds, obviously, not many people have much business up here, so the openness, the spaciousness, combined with the lack of too many people, you're feeling pretty out in the open, exposed.
Good thing we're just taking a stroll. Woo!
La-di-da-di-da.
Putzing around.
That feeling of being watched.
Ah. Mary really doesn't like this place. So uncomfy.
So what are you guys doing?
Okay, guys. We didn't have too much information about their house. It's just that it was at one point pretty nice looking, and this is the area where those kind of houses are, but they are still boarded up places over here too, so I don't know where to start.
Good. Would I be able to polymorph myself into a bird and fly? Well, not in like plain sight either, but to get like an overhead view
Okay.
of our area, I guess. See
You
if I can
could,
find an
yeah.
ugly looking house.
An ugly looking house.
Well,
Sure. You polymorph yourself into a bird. You fly up. Go ahead and make a perception check.
aw, snap. Let's do this, sweetie. Hold on.
Hold on, because you
The
are
funny
not
part
you
would be
anymore.
that if a bird has worse perception.
Would a bird have worse perception? It might. I don't know. What's your perception? Let's say most birds have keen sight. So, with advantage, +4.
Polymorph means you're actually the animal, though. So
Yeah,
Okay.
that's the animal stats. Or unless you were making
No,
a different point.
I mean, her sense of agency would become where is stuff to eat, or she's a bird now. So I mean, you know,
Maybe, like at that point,
sure.
what's the point of ever polymorphing anything? Doing anything?
Well, you have an idea. Okay.
Are we alive?
Sure.
Are we still here?
Yeah, I'm not. She's not gonna be coming back down and then like super math. But like, if you want to
And
see
super math.
something, you still have your personality. You're still you on some level, and she can still see stuff. What she does with that information might be where other things kick in.
14, by the way.
Nemo dropped off.
Oh. Okay.
So
It
14.
was the storm.
The storm.
The storm.
Oh yes, I would like to preface. There's a hurricane coming. If I lose
Oh.
power,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
my fault.
Is it gonna hit us? Is it gonna hit you?
Yeah.
It's gonna hit me
When?
Tomorrow, I think.
right now.
Right now. I don't believe you. Not right now.
I'm hearing thunderstorms.
Okay. So oddly enough, Era, you see there isn't too many boarded up buildings as you get closer to the that inner wall that separates the area that the manor resides from everywhere else. It's right now you're maybe about quarter mile away from that wall. The houses seem nice. They're large. They do seem like, they haven't necessarily been kept up as well as they may have been. Like, as far as, the landscaping and everything like that. But as far as people staying there and it being generally kept up with, it seems they're nice. Nicer, especially than where you had come from and other places you have seen in the city. But nothing that describes this is some old rundown mansion that is abandoned. Nothing meets that description. Let's go to the bathroom. So let's go ahead and take a break now. It's a bit early, but break time.
Okie dokie.
Break.
Cool. So, Era, as you are a small bird flying up, what you saw was what looked to be some houses, some nicer, larger houses, at least larger than the ones in the other part of the city that you can see on the fringes of your vision from up here. They look a little bit dirty, a little bit. The yards, they do seem a little bit overgrown, but um, like I said, nothing that would maybe seem as if no people would be living there. Anyways, what are you doing? All of you, I guess.
I guess I'm just waiting for Era to finish what she's doing.
You mentioned before that I think there weren't as many boarded up houses in the current area that we're in.
Yeah, you don't see many, if at all, many houses with those, like the wooden boards over it. So
Would
is
I
that
be
it?
able to fly over? Sorry, I had myself muted. Like the manor. Do we know? Like, is there something that separates the manor from the rest?
Yes, there's the wall with the fog that's like much like the fog that surrounds the entire city on the outside of the walls. There are inner walls that the manor is behind that also has that wall of fog.
What the hell? I can't like fly closer or into the fog.
You
You can try.
You can try.
Okay, yeah, fuck it.
Okay. You fly into the fog. Your vision gets foggy.
Ah, yes, excellent.
And go ahead and as you fly in, you get this sense of fear. Not due to the fog, but more due to your natural instincts. You don't like it here. You don't want to be here. You want to go back. And that sense of your new form is now creeping up on your consciousness. So, do I make an intelligence check to see if Era is in control or if it is now a bird that is going to retreat? So, you are using the intelligence of the bird, not of you. So, roll a d20 and let's see. Let's use a small hawk, let's say. So roll a d20 minus 4.
Oh my god.
uh,
What is
Three.
negative?
3?
Bye, Era.
3?
oh, 222. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, 2. That makes a difference.
Yeah.
So you guys watch as the small bird that you had been like seeing as there kind of circles for a while and then heads towards the fog and the wall that separates the manor from the rest of the city. The bird flies into the fog and disappears from your vision. From your point of view on the ground, that fog is maybe a little bit less than a quarter mile away, so it takes some time. To the point where you guys kind of have to walk to keep up and watch as the bird disappears into the fog. And a few moments later, frantically comes back, beating its wings like it's being chased by something, and just zips like straight into the sky, out, over, past you, just away from the fog. There you're flying as fast as your little wings can take you, as you kind of get some semblance of composure back over yourself, as you can see again everything's normal. That place that you were just in, that wasn't normal. Didn't like it. Don't like not being able to see stuff. You didn't get too far into the fog. Definitely not enough to have reached the walls.
Disappoint. All right. Well.
You're going to do in more complex thought things as a polymorphed creature.
Okay. Well, I'll recognize safety near the group, so I'm gonna stay as a bird, but put me on like Neri's shoulder or something.
Okay.
I guess.
Yeah, so you recognize your friends and you're like, okay, this is comfort, this I know, and polymorphed bird Era comes down and perches on Netadion's shoulder.
I'll just look at her. Ah. I'm not sure if you understand me, but unless you're gonna try to fly again, maybe turn back and hopefully maybe you can explain what you saw or didn't see or anything. And also just don't poop on my shoulder.
One second. Okay, yeah. The strange featherless bird is making strange noises. Era. You don't understand common.
Excellent. I'll translate for you. Oh my god, you can totally land here. I'll keep you safe. Okay. I would like to fly again, but I don't know if my little bird form can wants to fly, basically.
Well, what are you trying to do? I guess.
Well, not. I would avoid the fog, but at this point, but maybe do another scan of the area, or like maybe the people. See.
You can go. You can fly and you can see things, but as far as being polymorphed and doing stuff like cognitively, that's limited by the form. So you can take that information that you are seeing, and then translate it to useful, actual, meaningful information once you revert. But as far as like, I'm gonna go be Sherlock Bird, that doesn't really work.
Sherlock Bird.
Without a more intelligence check to fight against the your
I see. Okay.
cognitive disadvantage of being polymorphed.
All right, so I guess just turn me back then.
Okay. So Bird flutters off of Netadion's shoulder and back to the tiefling form by your side.
So?
Well, I couldn't see anything in the fog. Well, I didn't want to see anything. Was more like it. But No, nothing really stood out to me. Just that there's more fog past the Manor's Gate? Question mark.
Yeah, at the wall, inner wall, there's like the fog that's rolling up the walls themselves. You guys can see that it's still a good distance away from you. It's just like the fog that was outside of the city, really. Outside the city walls when you first came into Worthy. It's similar to that. The rest of the fog that grows very thick and dense at night has, by this point in the day, pretty much all burned away so that you have pretty clear vision. It's a mostly cloudy sky, but still bits of time when the sun can peer through. You can see the blue above.
Hmm.
So, what are you guys doing? What are you guys looking for? You're in this area, and they said the houses, they seem nice. They are, a lot of them are fenced or gated in, like own personal property type thing. The only thing is, like, it seems like it's in the process of becoming in disarray, but it does seem like most of them are still inhabited, if not all of them still inhabited, but it just doesn't seem like they've been kept up with like the washing, painting, or landscaping that you would expect from a more wealthy neighborhood. Still
Well,
leagues above where the rest of the city is, though.
if what we're looking for isn't here, then we may as well just go.
Well, what are you looking for?
Are we
We're
looking
looking for
for?
Demetrius.
Because again, you only saw what looked like an inside of a building, right?
Or I guess if this is close enough, I can just try to see if I could find something.
It's up to you.
Well,
If you think that 1,000 feet is enough feet for you,
how far is 1,000 feet?
let's see. 1,000 feet is a little bit less than a fifth of a mile. It's approximately 0.2 miles. So right now, you guys are pretty much in the middle of this neighborhood. You've got about a quarter mile to um, the inner walls that separate that where the manor is, and then you're about the same distance away from the market circle that you had initially started walking into this area from. Also, how long does it last?
An hour, I think it was. Let me double check.
I mean, if you want to pop it and then walk around, that's your call.
Oh yeah, it lasts for an hour. I mean, yeah, fuck it. May as well.
Okay, so right here, Durand, you cast locate object, focusing on the bagpipes of Demetrius. Instantly, nothing within 1,000 feet. Scanning around, looking for any sort of ping. Not exactly 100% sure what you're anticipating, as I don't believe you've used this spell before, but you don't recognize any difference. You don't get any weird feeling. You don't see anything that you wouldn't otherwise see.
Okay, so I
you are
suppose
aware that
let
a
me
lot
get
of
as
things
close to
are-
the fog, I guess.
Okay. So heading further into this area, you begin to notice that there are some people out and about. They do seem dressed nicer than the average public. You also passing by, let's say, anybody who has proficiency in perception. Go ahead and make a perception check, please.
Hey, 23. No, 22.
Nice. Good stuff.
8.
How much?
8.
Okay. Is that everyone? Well, basically, I'm just asking Max. I know Neri is not proficient in perception.
Are you
Definitely not.
sure?
Is Era
Push
proficient?
push. No.
Okay.
I wish I was, but I'm not.
All right. So, Durand, as you are heading towards the fog, you hear something. Sounds like a pounding and knocking on a door, maybe almost 100 feet off of the road where you're going now, like around the block, and you hear this knocking, and you're like, okay, just knocking on the door. You continue walking, and you hear it again, as if there's multiple people or somebody going door to door. And you're close enough that, with your perception, you pick up a bit of a conversation, and you can hear, good afternoon, sir. Terribly sorry to bother you, but we are going around and hoping for the goodwill of those such as yourself. You see, the city is running dreadfully low on supplies to keep the streets lit at night. Would you happen to have any spare lantern oil which you would be willing to part with? And that's the gist of it. From what you hear it, but you don't exactly see. It's like maybe around the corner behind a building or something.
Hmm.
I'm just continuing.
If I can, as inconspicuously as I possibly can be,
Oh,
I suppose keep like mildly eavesdropping.
okay. So you kind of slow your pace. You begin to take a less direct route towards where you're going, just to get a line of sight on this. As you can see, what looks like a middle-aged, maybe a bit older gentleman that is currently handing over a flask of what, based on the conversation, you assume to be the lantern oil to a person dressed in plague doctor's robes. Who behind him on the street is a small cart with similar implements that they seem to have collected. Yeah, thank you very much. We will, of course, we're very appreciative. It's like, I knew it was bad in the city, but didn't expect to run out of this. I guess we were expecting a shipment a couple nights ago. It never arrived. So again, thank you for your generosity, but I really must continue. So of course, I understand. And door closes. The plague doctor continues down the road to the next residence and again approaches and continues the process.
Okay. Going towards the fog.
You're continuing towards it. We'll say 3 mile and 20 minutes. So about 5 minutes, 5-10 minutes, you are walking, approaching the fog, and you can see there's not much in the way of approaching stealthily. It's relatively open from where the buildings end to where the, which you assume would be the gates based on the wall and where the watch posts are atop it. It's relatively open. You can see where there are some small guard posts and shacks, but nothing to really hide from anybody that would be on the wall, of which there are. You can see that there are quite a number of plague doctors that are stationed guard here.
That's fine. I'll just still try to get as close as I can, see if I can sense something.
Okay. As you get closer and the wisps of fog that trail off of this wall kind of cascade back and begin to swirl around your feet as you step closer, you do see that just on the edge of that fog layer is where there are a couple of these sentries with others walking the walls above. Gauging it, it looks like the fog is anywhere from about 60 to 100 feet in depth, from where the wall starts to where the actual wall, where the fog wall starts to where the actual physical wall would be. But before you even reach that, you get a sense, a small, slight mote of bluish white light that seems odd, out of place, almost like it's superimposed over your actual vision of reality. It is ahead of you, about 1,000 feet, beyond the fog, beyond the wall, and then maybe about 50 or 60 feet below ground. It catches your eye at first, and you're focused through the ground towards this beacon. And then your gaze goes up to ground level, up past the wall of fog, past the inner walls, and to the looming spires of the manor.
I believe almost instinctively I'm gonna continue to try to walk towards it.
Okay. As you get within 30 feet of the plague doctors, you can see it seems stationary. Your sense of this object, and you understand that these are Demetrius's bagpipes. The plague doctors speak up as you get close. What is your business?
Oh, what's beyond this here?
This is the estate of Lord and Lady Sanvinique. No one is permitted access unless summoned. Please turn around and go about your business.
How would someone, I suppose, be summoned?
A second plague doctor speaks up. You have not been summoned. Please go about your business.
But I mean, I understand that, but if someone had something important they needed to speak to them about, how would one come in contact?
So, Durand, as you are having this conversation, others notice that it seems like the ones that are on the walls are looking down at your group. If you had business here, you would be summoned. You have not been summoned, so please turn away.
There's a tinge of, I suppose, frustration.
Okay.
How do I articulate this? He's like losing patience with this scenario. Maybe not taking the gravity of whatever they're saying, or not being as responsible as he normally would be. He is going to really insist that he needs, or I really must insist. You say I don't have any reason to be here, but I can assure you that I do.
If you had business within the walls, you would have been summoned. You have not been summoned. Manner of speaking is a bit off. And going through the conversation, you're frustrated because it feels almost as if they are disconnected in a way. They're not answering your questions, really. And you notice that. And that's what's kind of, I guess, frustrating. I don't know, maybe that's what's frustrating to Devon. I'm not going to say that's why, but that's definitely, like, it feels like you've been coming at them with questions and they're not even really acknowledging your questions.
Right.
Unfortunately, I don't think it's best to keep talking to them. They just seem to be repeating that same line over and over. If you try to tell them that we have business here, even though they don't know it. Like, I mean, we did try to talk to one of the other, like, doctors, and they were acting the same way.
Yes, I understand. I'll be seeing you soon, I'm sure.
Should
Or
you
they'll
have
say at the... Yeah.
Okay. So, as soon as it seems like you're turning and you guys are going about your business, the patrols on top of the walls that were kind of scanning and walking back and forth just immediately continue.
so Mist doesn't go through this stuff. Being a bird verily does not go through this stuff. And these plague doctors or whatever are not allowing us to go through or giving us the information we need to go through by just normal means.
I mean, like doctors themselves, at least some of them, like those guys, they don't feel that human-like at all in the sense because they keep just repeating the same thing over and over.
Yes, but that's not always the case. They're completely capable of holding a conversation between themselves. We noticed in the graveyard.
I think that is not the case with all of them, though. I think that is just what I think. But there are some that are, since I don't know for true for fact if they are like human, but like they're kind of mixed in the sense that there some of them are human and they just can talk like us and everything normally, and but then there are like those guys.
Whatever it was in the graveyard, it said obviously they're not human, otherwise she would have been preying on them.
Yeah, that too. Well, in any case, we have to, if we want to go in there, we have to try to figure out how to go in there sneakily, or we have to try to figure out, get summoned.
We can travel as we did before.
Oh wait, what do you mean?
Well, how we traveled last night, how we traveled here,
We've tried that before, though. It doesn't go through.
Is this exactly the same? Do we know that for sure? It was above the city, but I don't know if this is the same sort of.
That is true. It was the one outside the city, so we haven't tried this one in particular. It's worth a shot.
I think it's a good idea to try.
It wouldn't hurt, I guess.
I can only do it once, so if we're bringing others.
It might be good to bring Alexander with us.
If he is awake.
We know somebody that can contact him.
Wonder who.
We could just walk back.
Yes, arguably. It wouldn't take us long to travel. That's fine.
Okay. At this point, it's early afternoon. Maybe around 2 p.m. or so. Are you gonna head back to Alexander, or was there something else? I believe there was something else that you guys wanted to see, right? Or are you just scrapping that and going back to Alexander?
There was something else I've forgotten.
You mentioned the temple.
Yeah, I know. That reminded me, but I don't know.
If we were adverse to that, then there's really no reason to do that.
I guess.
I think we know where he is, so we just have to get in somehow.
Yeah.
Yeah, if only you knew anyone who knew anything about how.
Yeah, okay, let's go to the temple.
No, I'm not trying to force you. I'm just saying. I don't know if everyone remembers that or not. If you want to go back to Alexander, go back to Alexander. Just let me know.
Okay, well, we could go to the temple still while we have time. It's still pretty early. And I can send him a message to see if he's awake and or wake him up somehow. Maybe he'll meet up with us after. If you guys still think it's important to check the temple.
Guess that is an option, yes.
Okay. So you're sending him a message?
Yeah.
Alright, what's your message?
Not sure if you're awake. We're heading to the temple. See if we can find anything else out. When you're good and ready, meet us by the temple and send.
And send. Okay. You hear back. Well, hopefully you managed to find some information. I don't believe I'm quite ready to head out yet. In our experience last night, I feel as if when the fog comes, when the night falls, there is much to learn. So I believe I'm going to rest for tonight.
Well, saved us a trip. Let's go to the temple.
Alright. So, you head back through the city, back to the temple. By the time you get there, it's around 3 o'clock. And there is, again, outside, the priest that you had. Well, you assume it's the priest that you had met before. It's hard to say. You've never seen his face, as he is also in the protective hazmat suit of the plague doctor garb. But as you approach, the beaked mask turns to Elavorn and then Era and Nerdian. Oh, you've returned. I was not expecting much to see you again, let's say. I honestly would have thought that you would have attempted to make your way out of the city after spending a night or two within its walls. You seem here. Also have a sense of urgency about you. Is something troubling?
Is there a lot of people around, or?
There are a few, not many. As you guys were approaching, like as you were walking up, you saw him conversing with another individual, but even before you had approached, they had finished their business. At this point in the afternoon, like right in the middle of the hustle and bustle of the day, not too many people stopping by. But there is still like the good amount of offerings and stuff that are outside of the temple, like at the base of the stairs leading up to the doors that lead inside.
Are you allowed to break? I mean, I don't want to alarm anybody, but I have learned things, and I feel you should know.
Learned things pertaining to.
If there would be a place where we could talk more privately, that would be nice. As we're a bit open over here and discussing these things probably isn't the best thing out in about.
Okay. Elahorn and Netadion make persuasion checks. As he's contemplating it, you see the head cock. Well, there's a reason why we've set things up as we have. We don't tend to... we haven't allowed the public into the temple for some time.
That's a 13 from me.
Okay.
And a 14 from me.
But I suppose if you told me what matters are so crucial that they must be discussed in private, I could make a case to the head priestess. I would have to know what it is you wish to discuss, at least the subject, the topic, before bringing it to her, if that is amenable.
Okay, I'll just tell you then. This is wasting time. Look, there is no plague as far as I can tell. I investigated the cemetery. I know you're not supposed to, it's dangerous, but it's just cloth they're burning.
Hold on. Slow down. I think we should have this conversation behind closed doors.
Can I make an insight check?
You can certainly try. Go ahead and do that with disadvantage because he's wearing a mask.
Oh my god.
Hard to read.
That's a 17 and an 8.
It's a bit hard to read.
No, I think the mask also changes with the.
Oh, yeah. He's like
The wiggle of his eyebrows.
Classroom.
It's like cartoons, you know?
His entire face changes colors and shapes based on his emotions.
Yeah, well, that was a 17 and an 18, so...
Oh, yeah.
Heck yeah.
No, I don't.
What are you trying to insight? He's like, okay, this is a sensitive topic. Like, yeah, that's good enough reason to have it behind. It's like if you were like, I learned something about my spirituality, then not so much maybe, but what are you trying to like, what's your question, I suppose?
My question is he in a rush to silence us, like, in a negative way, or like he's like, okay, yes, like, is his demeanor like, oh shit, I have to do something about these people who now know what is our secret? Or is he
as right now, you notice the you're not too far. The temple to the Raven Queen is pretty much across the road and a little bit of ways away, but across the road from the cemetery. And as you begin to speak, he's like looking over your shoulder towards where, the guards of the cemetery were.
So with my modifier, it's actually 20.
Okay.
But,
it's like he's trying to be like hush, sensitive topic. Whether or not there's any, whether or not there's any validity to it, he's not sure. He doesn't know. But the fact that you're just saying it like out, and that's like something that's like a bit of a taboo type thing to just be saying.
Okay, that's fine. As long as he wasn't like, oh, I got the silent, like angrily, Because I mean,
Throws a
anger
dagger at
is.
his face. Shut up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's gonna pull out the dagger. I'm gonna pull out the dagger.
No, he doesn't pull out a dagger.
I
I'm
know.
gonna pull out my dagger.
You
You
have a
have a
dagger?
dagger.
Everyone has a dagger. Everyone pull out your daggers.
I don't have one. I'm not allowed things.
You don't have one? Oh, you didn't keep the
No.
one that Bass gave you?
Don't
this woman a
worry.
dagger.
I can borrow you one of mine.
You guys don't
Everyone
remember.
pulls out a dagger and Neridion just gives it to Elevorn.
The
Yeah.
last time I had a dagger, I ended up in that awful place with that Naga thing, and I was like trying to cut our way out with the blunt, with the hilt of the dagger.
Yes.
He just doesn't know how to use one. That's it.
We're just beating it. Alright. So, as he gathers up some of the tributes and offerings that were made, he goes and takes a few steps up and then opens the door to the temple. The door creaks open and you're met with this cool, cold breeze from within. The door opens fully and he gestures for you all to follow into the dimly lit interior that a couple of you had only seen sparsely from peering through the windows.
Can I just be like muttering, please help us? And the queen.
Okay.
If I'm dead, I want to go someplace good.
So as each of you enter and then the doors closed behind you, you are standing just in the entranceway here. He doesn't take you further into the temple. He places down the creative offerings and stands opposite of you. So, what is it that you were saying? And please, slowly. I wish to understand, because from what I heard, you were making a fairly serious claim.
Oh yes, it is very serious. I started off yesterday and I walked around to the recently boarded up houses and I can do a little magic, so I was trying to detect what disease it was,
Yes.
And there was none. There is none. And I checked many houses. I walked as long as it, persisted, and there were people who were sick, so I could see that, but not with, not in the houses that were boarded up, which you would expect because, they've been sealed and...
Perhaps concerning, yes. But at the same time,
And
those
last...
who had fallen ill were removed from those places.
Yes, but the houses were boarded because, to keep the sickness in, right? But there isn't any sickness. And you said yourself there aren't any symptoms.
Yes, not that we have seen. And we're also not aware of how long this illness can last in the air. Maybe it had time to disperse. Those places are not only boarded, but they're also sealed with healing medicines. Maybe that would have combated the miasma within.
Okay, well, I did the bad thing and I went into your graveyard. And they are burning things in there, but it is just cloth. There were some that weren't burned all the way. There's nothing in there but cloth and oil. There's nothing. I unraveled them. They're empty.
I also did that, and yeah, there is no bodies. There's just cloth and oil and whatever other. Not humans, not even animals or anything. If you would want to try to find bones, but there's nothing.
And your mother, Mabel? Here, and I'm going to put out my hand with prestidigitation and show what it is that she actually looked like.
This is a lot.
She's starving because there aren't people. She was feeding people to some kind of weird plant thing, but there were no people being buried. There are no people. People are not dying.
Was that you then, last night? Causing
was
that
me.
commotion?
Yes, I made a lot of noise. I'm sorry.
We heard far off sounds of explosions and other things coming from the graveyard. We weren't sure what to make of it, but it did not seem any of our business. The doctors themselves were quite quick to respond. Interesting. If what you are saying is true, and for the sake of the conversation, let's say that I believe you, what are you doing this for?
It is not right, and we are looking for missing people. And any way that you can test what I'm saying, I'm happy to submit to.
There's a voice from behind you, close behind the group. It startles a couple of you. A female voice. There's no need for that. I am inclined to believe her, Bernard. And you guys sort of look back, and Era and Nerdian, you recognize this as the woman that you had seen through the window.
Oh,
I'm just gonna smile awkwardly.
And she looks to the two of you with recognition. Just kind of like, almost like if you could imagine, a teacher. Like, I know what, like, catching two people like passing notes or having done something that they're not supposed to have been doing.
I'm gonna hide behind Durand, I guess. Like blink away behind Durand.
She appears to be a human woman, older but tall, maybe 6 feet, 6'1", maybe even 6'2". She's a tall lady. As you learn, Bernard, the priest who is wearing the plague doctor mask, kind of bows his head. Head priestess Novanan, I apologize for bringing civilians in, but I heard what they said. And what they are saying is troublesome, as terrible as this plague has been for Worthy. If what they are saying is true, I almost fear that implication more than what we have been fighting these past months. Young lady, looking to Elavon, you mentioned that you were willing to subject yourself to any test to prove your claims true.
Yes.
Now, I have no intent to go about the business of setting up a circle of truth or anything of that matter, but I think what I need to validate your claims is proof. The Temple of the Raven Queen, we worked alongside the heads of the Plague Doctors to combat this plague to erect the walls of fog that insulate and prevent the spread of this disease. If we have been lied to, well, I would very much wish to be privy to that. If you do not mind, Bernard, go with these individuals and actually investigate one of the quarantined homes. If what they are saying is true, well, bodies don't just disappear without any trace. Will you do this for me? Take one of mine, take Bernard here, bring him to one of the homes, investigate it. If what you find is proof enough to back your claims, well, I have knowledge. Not all of it, but enough, perhaps, that might get us further to finding out why, if it is, this lie was fabricated. And then the priest speaks up. In some way, we were responsible for constructing it, so in some way, we possibly could deconstruct that fog. But we would need evidence to do so. Reason, and a few other things.
To help these people, to find who we need to find. Yes, anything.
The head priestess looks to her underling. Be safe. There is always something a bit off about the faction of doctors. We've known this for a while. Did not expect them to be deceivers, however.
Oh,
If that ends up being the case, just try to avoid confrontation.
I forgot to tell you something else.
Oh?
The hag, she mentioned that, well, obviously, these plague doctors coming in and out, she wouldn't attack them. She said they ignore her, and she, they leave her alone. And, they didn't engage her because they knew she wasn't like us. So,
Is that why? Or is that speculation?
she just said that they don't bother her and she doesn't bother them, but that she could smell that we weren't like them.
Interesting.
She knew that we were people. So whatever a lot of those other plague doctors are, it's not.
They don't give human-like vibe at all. I mean, if you talk to them, they respond weirdly and just keep repeating whatever. No matter how you try to rephrase your questions or anything you say, they just keep saying the same thing over and over. I mean, you would
Strange,
think
but maybe my stance is, if I'm going to do something as drastic as perhaps putting not only those here at risk, but those outside of Worthy as well, I will need proof. I want
I just wanted to tell you before you put, Bernard here in danger. Because they will come to us.
And of course, we understand that proof is needed, so we will try to prove it to you. But like Ella here said, that it is a bit of a risk for him.
We are committed when this plague broke out to the well-being of the individuals, but more so as followers of the Raven Queen, we are committed to anything that would bring about an unnatural end. If this plague is a ruse, then what has become of those who have fallen to it, or at least to those who we have been led to believe have fallen to it, is more of my concern than anything else of which you have said. So be careful. But please, I need the eyes of one that I can trust to get an account of what you see within one of those places.
Well, I guess it's time for us to try to find the most freshest house.
Very well, Head Priestess. I believe I should be able to return within a few hours. But I will reach out if anything goes awry. I know you will. I will make preparations in the event that these individuals here are correct. Very well. You all need anything else, sir? I am aware that this is a bit sudden, thrust upon you to demand this kind of proof, but he kind of begins to head out and motions for you all to follow. And as you guys get outside, but what Head Priestess Novanan says and does, she does with very much conviction and very, very seriously and purposefully. So that, and if she's going to do something, it is best that we have as much in the way that what we are doing is correct.
That does sound reasonable.
He continues and he begins to walk, and he kind of keeps the voice low anytime that it seems like one of the plague doctors is nearby. But I was not personally too involved in the magics or the construction, the theory behind the crafting, the construction, and the implementation of the fog that now surrounds the city, but Gertrude, she was one of the main players in constructing that fog, at least from the side of the temple. There were others on the side of the doctors that had their inputs and their magics as well. So, as you guys are walking, what are you guys doing? You can walk and talk. Are you looking for? What are you looking for? I believe Neredion said the most freshest looking one.
I mean, yeah, technically, I guess that would make more sense.
This house right here is the freshest house on the entire block.
Fresh to death.
Gold.
Okay, I guess the freshest was the
Yeah, the ones
bad
that
word,
the
but
most recently boarded up house is where.
yeah,
That's no the freshest one. I understand exactly what you're saying. Dune's
Just,
just stuck in the
pulling your
90s.
tail. Hey,
I
hey,
know
hey,
you guys are. It's just.
Anyways, so as you guys are walking, Neredion, you're on the lookout for this. So make an investigation check, please.
Thank God it's investigation.
Why do
It's
your
not
eyes
hard
work for that?
She can see things if she focuses in, but she can't see. She can't see the forest for the trees. She sees the trees just fine. The forest she misses entirely.
She needs
That
close.
should be.
She can see stuff up
Oh.
close, but not far away. You get it?
Okay, so you think of it like this: Neredion is constantly looking through binoculars.
The wrong way.
Yeah, the wrong way.
What?
The
The
wrong
wrong
way.
way.
Wrong way? No, because she's good at investigation, but not perception.
Oh,
So she can see the details on something, but she just doesn't know what it is.
I
That
can
sounds like
see the side
a.
picture.
I can
I
make
can
that into like a riddle. What can see but cannot perceive?
Neredion is the answer.
Anyways,
Anyway.
the roll was 24.
Oh, yeah. Alright, so any conversation that people want to have as you guys are walking through the roads? Time continues to pass. You get to the point where it's maybe a couple hours until sunset. You pass by ones that where the wood itself seems to be old and worn and weathered, and it's like, no, that's not it. But Bernard, the Raven Queen priest, is walking alongside of you. People are giving you a wide berth as, well, he's dressed as, he has a plague doctor garb on. Eventually, Neredion, after a while walking through the back roads and a couple alleyways, you come across one that the boards seem relatively in good condition. It's mostly the aroma, the look of the freshness of that sealant, that sort of paste or salve that has been used to fill in the gaps that sticks out to you as a recently boarded up home.
I think this one might be rather new one. Newly boarded up.
Nerdion points out the house. It's the only one that is on this street, on this side of the street, from what you can see. Not too much foot traffic here. There is the occasional person. It's not crowded. You're a bit of a ways off the main road. What are you doing?
What was the priest's name? Bernard or what?
Bernard, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Okay. I'm gonna talk to him and. So it seems like there isn't anybody here at the moment, as you can notice. But every time we seem to be kind of like getting too close to one of these houses, like when we try to investigate, it feels like there is one of those like doctors around, just suddenly coming from out of nowhere. So, do you possibly know how we could handle them if they would come? Or
Well,
should we just try to be hella sneaky about this?
how do you intend to get in?
Is there a window on the side of the house?
Is there a side of the house?
Like a window on the side that's been boarded up. You know, not on like the main street. Is there space between houses, or what kind of situation is this?
There are
Is there a
like
chimney?
very, very, very small alleyways between the houses, maybe only about like 4 or 5 feet gap between them. So it's like a very like crowded space. On this particular house, there is, but again, it's a window it basically looks out into just the wall of the next house. It's a very pointless window, but it's also has been boarded up and sealed. But you know, it is a cramped alleyway to get to it.
Well, we could make distract. Well, that. See, if we have to pull a board off and make some noise, right? You know, we could try to disguise the noise, or not disguise. I mean, draw attention. That would draw attention, right? Trying to make like enough noise that you could be like tearing boards off of something to, I don't know.
Yeah, tearing a board would make some noise, and we would have to make more noise to cover it up. But we don't want to attract like doctors. Even if we aren't going to attract them.
I mean,
Do you have a way to be, I suppose, assuming that these plague doctors, which I had always just assumed to be normal individuals, apparently I am incorrect in that assumption, but can you go about them unseen? Can you hide from them?
I'm pretty good at hiding.
Well, what I mean is I suppose a more magical means of remaining unseen. I have the capabilities to make a certain area unheard, but unseen, not so much.
okay, so I cast Pass Without Trace.
Okay. When you are ready, I suppose. Just let me know. Oh, we can just do it now. I need just a moment's notice.
I'm going to look at the round and be like, kind of gesture at the window.
Huddle.
Huddle?
Huddle close.
Okay. So, as you guys are making your way there, sleuthing through the alleyway, everyone go ahead and make a stealth check and add 10. And as you guys are getting there, You can hear like the shuffling as you are scraping against the walls and against the ground, and then Bernard casts a spell, and then nothing. You just hear your own pulse in your ears, but no outside sound whatsoever, as if you have gone deaf.
Hey, I remember this.
So 20.
You guys watch as Duran's mouth moves, but nothing.
30.
Okay.
21.
Okay.
27.
Okay.
6.
Plus 10?
26 is with.
Oh,
Plus
26.
10.
Sorry, I just heard the 6 part.
Oh,
Like, I
Yeah.
rolled a negative 6.
Yeah, I heard the 6 also, so I was also like, what?
26. Okay. You guys get there seemingly without problem. No other plague doctors other than Bernard are scooching towards you through the alleyway. You get to where the boards are on the window. Again, everything is silent. I believe Elevon had motioned Duran to it, so Duran, you would be the first one to get there,
Yes.
perhaps.
It's the plan.
Let's go, big boy.
Let me in.
Make a strength check.
My God, just give me the fucking 20.
No.
28.
28. Yeah, you guys watch as Duran just tries to get. It's the most difficult part is getting the orientation and leverage. But once you do, you just rip and tear one in each claw, just these boards off until it's just the window there. Just successfully just peeling them off as if they're nothing. You guys watch as the nails that had been hammered in just fling off, and it's almost effortless for Duran.
Silent clapping.
And Neri is just nodding.
A silent bow.
Aren't bows always silent?
Shh, 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 shh. Shh, 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 shh. Be silent.
All right, so you still have the window.
Oh, that's probably more your thing. God damn it, you can't fucking hear anything. Point,
Oh, what is-
Nary,
Oh, no, I can't do that.
window.
Mhm.
I guess I will get it and go test out the window if it's locked or not.
Both of you make intelligence checks to convey
You're trying to
and
insult
speak
me here?
without language.
Oh, sign language.
Well, you're trying to. It's an intelligence check to to convey something without the use of language. So,
16?
all right. You seem pretty receptive of whatever it is Durand is trying to tell you, but let's see if Durand is good at portraying that.
Come on.
Yes. That was a total is 8.
8. Okay. So, Naradian, Durand does get your attention. And it appears like he wants you to.
No.
God.
Let's see.
Oh god.
Break the window.
He wants to make like stab the window or something. He's pointing at the window. He's doing like this. She's trying his best to say like, get your lockpick out, but it looks more like either just punch or stab the window, or he's trying to, and then you're picking up on it, and it's like you get it, but it doesn't make sense to you. Like, why would you do that? And Durand, as you realize that you're not getting your point across, you over exaggerate. You continue to do this motion, but it's getting worse and worse with every iteration of you trying to do this sign language, to the point where you're just frustrated with not only Nerdion for not getting your terrible sign language, but yourself as well, to where you accidentally like just go too far and you punch the window and it shatters. You take
Excellent.
3 points of piercing damage.
Mine. God.
I
As the
like
window... No sound.
I'm like face palming and then like taking out
There's
the
like
lock.
the reaction, like you see him like punching like the glass shatter, and like the fear that like, oh god, he's just made this huge noise, like, but then you, all right, no noise, okay.
But I'll be face palming and then I'll pull out one of the lockpicks and throw it to him.
Doranda's profusely nodding.
Like, Ron with his hand just through the window.
Yeah.
Nerdion comes over, unlatches it. Doran, you could probably reach in and unlatch it yourself at this point, but
Yeah, I
the
got
window
it.
keeps open with your arm still in it.
My God, get my arm out.
Okay, if you want.
I need it.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I'll leave it here for later.
Do you
I'll
need
come
it?
get you
Are
again
you
later.
sure?
Maybe not for sign language, but for other things. Like,
Other thing,
Oh my god.
like holding a shield or something.
right.
All right, so you guys climb in through the window silently. You're not exactly sure how far the radius of this spell extends, as you're not sure where Bernard had focused it, but it seems like at least right here it is still silent. It might extend and cover the entire area of this house, but it might not. But entering in, you can see it's dark. With the exception of the light that had come in through the window that you had just breached, there's no source of light, as all of the entries, exit ways have been boarded up and sealed, so no light can get in. There's no internal light here either. So you don't really see much. Those of you with dark vision, you do manage to see what looks like a fairly simple abode. There's a table set up in the center of the room with a pretty old tattered rug beneath it, 3 chairs surrounding it. There are shelves that, they seem like, for all intents and purposes, it seems like, and very well may be the case, that this place has been lived in recently. Doesn't appear as if too much. It seems like there are some like spaces that seem empty, like that something should be filling that space, but it's not. As if like some things have been taken out, but a lot of things, a lot of personal possessions, little knickknacks or carvings or tiny like personal treasures are right in place. Doesn't look disheveled, doesn't look like there's any sign of struggle or a conflict having happened here. But as the last person enters in, Durand, you can't see anything. Outside of maybe 5 feet from the window.
My handy dandy mask.
Just one mask goes, the other mask comes down.
Yeah.
Too many masks. Alright. So you're good.
Can I just start picking up random objects?
Sure.
A few little ones to just kind of like apologize as I do.
Okay, so go around.
Anything that looks like really personal, something like if there's like a teddy bear, or something that looks well worn, like maybe it was held in someone's hand, or something like things like.
Okay. You actually do see, like, off in the corner of one of the smaller room of this small room where that central table is, you can see what looks like a tiny workbench that's set up with a few like wood carver's tools and a couple like unfinished, like you can see it's like an unfinished project. It looked like it was being carved into some kind of animal. It hasn't really taken shape yet, but it was definitely a work in progress. You can still see and smell fresh wood shavings from this. So it's a very, very recent thing.
Okay, so which tool looks like really worn? Like it's got like hand marks on it.
We'll say that the whittling knife or the chisel, definitely. They don't seem like fresh new tools. It seems like the tools of somebody that has been doing this hobby for probably their whole lives.
Okay, I'll take one of them.
Okay.
I mean, it's that
Can
or
add
like
a
a big
whittling
blade.
knife to your inventory. You now have a dagger. Congratulations.
I did it. No, it's like this, or like I go to like wherever his bed is and look for a hair or something.
Okay, that would be an
Haha.
investigation check.
And also, I can't do like the whole detecting disease thing because, well, I mean, I could, but then we lose our stealthiness. So, like, I'm like, do I do it or
You're
not?
still silenced. You're pretty much out of sight at this point, as long as the silence lasts, which is what I think it. I don't know how long that is. It actually might only be a minute.
Let me see. 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Okay. So he's still not really pressing, and he can always recast it, but 10 minutes is decent enough amount of time. Okay. So what's that investigation check, Elevorn?
Oh, I'm really okay.
11?
No,
What?
it's 2.
2. Okay. So Elevorn goes off into the other room. Going towards the bed. And as you do, you notice it seems like at the further end of this room where the bed is, that's where the radius of the silence spell ends. And so you spend the next couple minutes while others are investigating other places, experimenting with the border of the silence spell. Like, what happens if I'm only half in the silence and I talk? What happens? Like, let's see if I drop something inside the silence. So you get distracted for a bit with that. So you do another kind of investigating, and you find out a lot of stuff, just not what you went in there to do. The rest of you,
Good effort.
good effort. What does it sound like?
A lot of scientific advances were made this day.
What happens if I clap right on the border?
Move the books. If there are any.
All right, investigation check. So instantly, it's like, we're in. Loot shit. Let's loot everything. You got this priest here that's like, we're gonna prove to you that this plague isn't real. Watch. Shit. Let's start smashing pots and taking their ruples.
Ruples.
Right. Tarant, Nedrian.
I don't know precisely what I would be looking, but I guess I would be just looking for pretty much anything, any kind of evidence about something. I don't know.
It's very vague. What'd you say, Elevorn?
Signs of a struggle.
The signs of a struggle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that.
No, I don't know. Whatever you want. I'm just being silly. And
I'm just
also,
gonna need a little bit, because otherwise, if you're just scanning, that's perception. If you're trying to if you're trying to find something specifically, that's investigating. But I will need what you're trying to find specifically.
I suppose, yeah, I would guess I would look for signs of struggle
Right.
or.
Reenact
I
the
don't-
crime scene.
there's also, like, well, I don't know. It's up to you. Whatever you want to do.
What?
There's just,
What?
Oh, well, you mentioned that there's stuff missing. Like, maybe Naridion is super smart and can figure out what the missing stuff is.
Oh, obviously, that was a mirror that was there before, I can tell. And so, if there was a mirror there, and I was standing here looking at myself, and someone came in behind me, how would.
Yeah.
Alright, so go ahead and make your investigation check. Darand, what are you doing?
Removing glass from my arm.
Okay.
23.
Alright. Era, did
I
you ever
think
give me
that's
your
a spell.
investigation check?
That's a separate spell. No.
Hmm?
Well, I mean, ask.
Oh, that's fine.
If you're looking for books, right?
I'm sorry. Was I supposed to roll?
If you're looking for books, right? So, or are you
So
doing
I have.
something
Wait, so the room is dark, just to make sure, but I have dark vision, so I can see a little bit farther in the darkness.
No, what dark vision is if you don't have light, if it's darkness, you can see up to 60 feet as if it were dim light. So you can see, but you can't make out. Everything is shades of gray, like black and white. You can't distinguish colors. But so you
Okay.
can see basically up to 60 feet in black and white.
Okay. Yeah, I guess if there's like a bookshelf or bookcase, or I'd probably follow along the wall for a little bit until.
Okay. So there aren't too many in the way of fine literature in this home. You do find a couple books, but they aren't necessarily books. It's more of like instructional guides on carpentry. Not many words, but more just like crude drawings with steps numbered and like ways to like assemble certain things or how to carve certain things step by step. Not too much in the way of words. It's something that somebody that could follow along even if they didn't know how to read.
Early IKEA instructions.
Oh yeah.
You mentioned that there was tatered rugs as well.
Yeah, there's a tattered rug that the table in the center of the room is currently on. It's just like a decorative thing, maybe to prevent the floor from being scratched or whatever.
Okay. Oh. Could I just lift the rug? Look underneath it?
Well, you could. There's a table on top of it, but yeah.
I don't need to move the table to lift the rug. Not all. Well, if I wanted to take the whole thing.
Yeah, so you lift it up and you can see. And Nedadian, you're doing your investigation thing, and you can see like despite the fact that it has seemed like, you know, what'd you roll, like 24 or something? 26? What'd you roll?
23.
23. All right. So Detective Nedadion is on the case. Even though it does seem like it has been occupied fairly recently, it's not exactly the best well kept interior. There's still dust. There's still like signs of some parts of the interior having been neglected. Like the areas that you would see like that seem to have something missing, like something had been taken. You can see like the dust outline of where something had been at one time. Not exactly sure what it would have been. It looks like one thing might have been like a vase or a pot of some kind. You can see that sort of outline as well. So it looks like whoever had been here didn't do that much moving stuff around or cleaning. And so everything has this like clear dust outline. It's hard to even tell that it is that dusty, especially I suppose with like the sawdust and the wood shavings that accompany this individual's hobby. It's easy enough to see, like even like silently, like because you're still within the silence bubble, but moving back some of the like the bench or other things, you can see where that sort of the areas of clean, non-dusty flooring or wall are. And as you walk around, you see Era down on the floor, and she's lifting up the tattered rug and trying to see underneath it. And Era, you just see that is just the floor. As far as you can pull it back, it's just the floor, right?
Yeah.
So you like roll the rug back till it's resting on the legs of the table, and kind of like pressing and touching on the wooden floor, and it doesn't give. It doesn't feel odd or anything like that. No giant gaping hole as soon as you open the rug. But Nedadian, as you're passing by, you notice something, or you notice the lack of something. As Era moves the tattered rug back, there's no distinguishable line or marker between where that sort of dusty, uncovered floor meets the now newly uncovered floor that the rug had previously been covering.
I'm just gonna go and yeet the table off and pull the rug completely off.
Yeah, you.
So, as you're kind of investigating there, you don't hear her because it's all in silence.
She will hear me anyways.
Yeah, well, maybe. But none of the on, you just go and you just flip the table, and it clatters and crashes noiselessly, like onto the far end of the room, uncovering the rug itself, to the point where Era, being so focused on this, doesn't even notice what you've done.
Yeah, I'm just gonna also pull the rug away too.
All right,
But
now
more,
she notices.
yeah, I'm gonna do it more
So
gently.
Zaranda, you're just picking
holding on.
glass out of your arm, being the helpful dragonborn you are.
Yeah.
Alright, so Elevorn, unfortunately your search for tiny strands of hair has been unsuccessful.
Yeah, okay, well, how about instead of making us all stealthy, I make it so I can I try to detect a poison or disease or, stuff.
Okay, so Pass Without Trace drops. Instead you detect poison and disease. Nothing. Walking out and trying to see like maybe more, you see as a table comes crashing silently into the wall, splintering parts of it, going off as Nedadian just flips it and then just tears the rug off the ground, moves it to the side. There's a floor with what looks to be towards the center, right under the table, a section of boards that seemed like they had been pulled up and then replaced. So they look like they're a bit loose. They're not exactly as nicely laid out as the rest of the floor. So it looks like someone had pulled them up and then put them back.
I'm gonna pull them up.
Okay. You pull them up one at a time. And as you begin to pull them up, you realize just how far out this goes. It is maybe 5 feet by 10 feet as far as this area stretches. And pulling up the boards one by one, you begin to realize that beneath the floor here, as you pull up the boards, there's a little bit of a hole or tunnel. It's hard to see from the first few that you pull up, but it's definitely not just floor under these boards. It is something that goes further down.
Since Era is there, like right there,
Mhm.
and I don't need to get her attention, but I'm then gonna go there to Rond and Bernard and like pulling both of their sleeves and then
Well,
pointing.
Bernard is there. He's seen
Oh,
this. Durand
okay.
himself, he's just picking glass out of his arm. So.
Okay, then I'm just gonna do it to Durand. Gonna try to point towards the floor and the hole and everything.
You look up, Durand, and suddenly the room is trashed. It was kind of nice before. Now it's just a mess.
This is what happens when you let women investigate things.
Fortunately, no one can hear you.
I'm still gonna eye him very harshly.
Just glare at him.
Yeah.
Alright, so everyone gathers around as you continue to pull up the boards, Neridion.
Yeah, I'll do it.
As you get a bit of a ways, you continue pulling up the boards, and you can see now a bit clearer the picture that is before you. You can see that it is a hole, not too deep, shallow, maybe about 4 feet down. And as you uncover the boards, you see a pair of boots. You uncover more boards, and you can see legs coming out from those boots.
I was like looking at everyone. Like, I hope they're seeing also, and like trying to be like what should we do? I'm trying to convey that.
I'm going to help Neridion keep moving boards because, I mean, it's probably kind of labor intensive, especially if she's like motioning that there's something under here.
Yeah, so you guys all see this. Neridion pauses and gives you a curious, like, well, type of look. Elevon comes over and assists you in pulling up boards as, for a split second, just a minuscule fraction of a second, you guys can hear again. But then back to silence as Bernard recasts the spell.
Impressive.
So, you continue. Legs, knees, waist of a very simple patchwork pants to very simple dirtied tunic. Arms tucked in at the side. Their skin pale, drained of color. That which you would expect from someone who is deceased. As you get to the last of these boards and you get to the collar, the shoulders, the neck, and the face, you see there now in its entirety as all of the boards that you have removed are in piles behind you to either side. This shallow grave that had been dug with this man here, maybe mid to late 30s. Human. What are you doing?
I'm just looking at the body, all like, why? And then everybody else also, in the sense that why is it here?
Bernard looks he doesn't look confused, but like his body language is like one of contemplation. You can see the hand raised to the chin. You don't see the expression on the face for the mask, but it's just, at least from what it appears, intently looking down and trying to figure out what it is that this means.
Can I see if there's any like sign of life or anything?
Okay, so you're gonna check for a pulse?
Yeah.
Alright, so Elevorn goes down and reaches for the neck. Make a medicine check, Elevorn.
And while Elevorn is doing that, I'll actually pull out some paper and the ink and a quill from my bag and like hand it over to Bernard.
Okay.
If he, I mean, because he seems to be the most considerate and everything. So if he has something to say, he can say it, kind of.
Gotcha.
And that's a 12.
12?
Yes.
You don't feel a pulse as you sort of reach down around to where you can feel, and you press the hands against the cold skin. The skin itself is a bit leathery. It's a bit tough, kind of dry. But you don't feel a pulse. But you do feel, it's almost like something crusty on like the back side of the neck where your finger is. Like the very tip of your finger scratches, like glides against something crusty as you're trying to check for a pulse. But there is no pulse.
Well, can I see what the crusty stuff is?
You'd have to turn the head to see it.
Can I? Is it possible?
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
Alright, you see it, you turn the head, and you see it, and it looks like dried blood.
Shit.
Can I wave my arms like really big, and then like getting everybody's attention, and then pointing at the neck.
Okay.
With the blood and the, and I'm like, what the Marion
You
here?
can exactly see the wound. You can So Eleanor is going crazy. You can't see whatever wound might have caused it. It does seem like it's fairly localized. But as you are going and you're calling everybody over and you're like looking up and you come and everyone else is like coming closer to inspect, you look back down. The head is now facing towards you, Elevorn, and the eyes open, and that's where we'll pick up next week.
Can I wave?
God damn it, dude. I had the biggest inkling of an idea to fucking use my sense again.
That would have helped.
Dude.
It's vampires.
Every time you meet someone new, just sense.
Yeah, at this point, it's definitely getting to that point where I may as well just use my sense of literally everything.
Of course it's vampires.
I may as well. I mean, I get it fucking back and I never goddamn use it. It's alright, it's weird. man. I was sitting here and I'm like, I'm gonna let him finish the scene. See if anything weird happens, some shit.
If anything weird happens, I might. Yeah, because I'm a very like slow paced kind of. I'm just gonna sit here and pick. I gave you opportunities. All right, you could have done plenty
I
of
just
stuff.
saw the dude. What the hell do you want me to fucking do?
I just want to pick glass out of my arm.
It hurt, dude.
Fair. You don't want it to get infected either.
Exactly. And I could just...
Now you have a vampire there and you have a bleeding arm, so yeah, that's gonna go well.
It's not a vampire. I doubt it.
Well,
Probably
It's
undead.
too obvious. It's too obvious.
it's still something that wants blood, so.
It's a were mosquito.
Oh god, a giant ass mosquito. No,
Wait.
where's our
Would I be
giant
able
ass?
to... Can I sense vampires?
I
They count
mean,
as...
They're
true
undead.
You don't
Yeah.
know.
I mean, you don't know.
Oh my god, for the love of fuck, don't make me Google if fucking Divine Sense can tell a vampire.
No. Divine sense is fiend, undead, or celestial.
Okay, is a vampire
Wanna
any
look it
one of
up?
those things?
A vampire is in the monster manual an undead.
Oh, okay.
So it would ping, but it would not ping as vampire here. It would ping as undead here.
Oh, well, that doesn't matter. I don't care what kind of undead, just as long as I know that it's
Yeah.
I wasn't
As long as it's
asking for
undead.
its identification.
No, I know. But
I was
yeah,
just
a
curious if
vampire
it would
is
ping it.
undead, just like all the different types of demons and devils are fiends. You wouldn't be able to say that's a demon or that's a devil. You would be able to say that's definitely a fiend, right? You wouldn't be able to
Right.
tell what kind of celestial being a celestial is, just that it is celestial in nature.
Okay.
If Divine
see.
Sense had specified humanoid, let's say, you would be able to tell if something was a humanoid, but you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between, in your sense, between dragonborn and halfling, let's say, right?
Come. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Anyways, good night.
Good night.
Time.
Good night.